where many of Africans are, I feel very much angered. What should we do as leaders, as policymakers, as people who have the means and the understanding to change that mindset, to change the actions, and root the allocation, financial allocation, where it is, instead of continuing to go in the village and finding our grandfathers still going out and living with the shit. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Stefan from Border. I'm the director and also proud to be chair of the program committee of the FSM5 conference. And we really look forward to engage in discussions with Canisius and try to build the way forward with more stepwise solutions. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Meral, also from Border, and yeah, I'm looking forward just to learn and yeah, to get to know all the people I've communicated over the weeks.
Hi, my name is Mintje. I'm working for GIZ, the Sustainable Sanitation Program, and also supporting the SuSanA Secretariat. And I'm really excited to hear about all the different experiences in the room. And as being part of the SFD promotion initiative, I'm especially interested in all the SFD activities that I've already heard some.
So, who's next?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jan Freihard. I've done my master thesis last summer with EAWAG Sandek. And so I'm here on the one hand to present the results of the thesis next week during the FSM conference. And on the other hand, I'm currently in the transition period between studying and working. So I'm very excited to get to know the sanitation community beyond Sandek. So which other actors are active in the field, which topics are currently discussed, challenges ahead. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beda Modesti Levira from Ifakara Health Institute, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Actually, we do the monitoring and evaluation of the DWATs that are constructed by Border in Dar es Salaam. And I'm here actually to learn of what's happening in the other side of the world. And of course, for the networking as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amani Nyekele from Energy and the Water Regulatory Authorities in Tanzania. I expect to learn on how others are doing the issues of fecal sludge management, particularly collaborations between local government authorities and water utilities, also what other regulators are doing for regulating of fecal sludge management. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Titus Safari. I'm working for the Energy and Water Utilities Regulatory Authority, EWURA, in Tanzania. I'm the technical manager for water and sanitation. I'm here to learn from all of you, particularly on regulation of fecal sludge management, but also to network with you and exchange knowledge on what we can do to improve fecal sludge management in our countries. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tina Essler. I work for GIZ, Water and Sanitation Program in Tanzania. I'm here together with my colleagues. And I'm basically here to overcome the frustration and to join forces because I strongly believe that the knowledge is in the room, and I'm happy to exchange with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maysoon Albas. I'm working for GIZ in Jordan on improving learning environments of public schools in Jordan. I'm really happy to be here and meet all of you in person, and also particularly exchange on the different wash and school interventions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jacob Kiske. I work for WSUP. I have a particular interest in digital approaches. I think there's a lot of opportunities on how to improve sanitation across the globe by utilizing data, as Lars put it, and also digital more broadly. So I'm really keen to connect with you. Also, we've done some really interesting work on school toilets, so I'm interested to speak with others who have mentioned that, to exchange some thoughts and experience. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Chaiwe Mshauko Sanaser, and I'm here from Lusaka, working for the GIZ program, water program, specifically in the climate-friendly sanitation in peri-urban areas of Lusaka project. Long name, short name, CFS Lusaka. And yeah, yeah, so I'm here to learn a lot from everybody, but specifically to share with our partners from Lusaka on climate and how it works in relation to the water sector and the opportunities that are in offer from there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwansana Churamukoka. I'm coming from Lusaka Water and Storage. I'm currently working under the Lusaka Sanitation Program. I'm here to, I think, first of all, share what we are trying to experiment in Lusaka and scale up, but also particularly interested to learn from other utilities on especially the transitioning. Lusaka Water is trying to transition into a seawise utility where we want to upscale on-site sanitation. So I want to learn the challenges, how other countries have overcome the institutionalizing bit of it, and also the transitioning to actually provide the service.
Good morning. My name is Ilenga Nkata, and I'm also with the CFS program in Lusaka. This week, I'm looking forward to sharing our experiences in the project, but also learning about the experiences in other countries.
Hello, I'm Amanda Malahan. I'm also working with the CFS project in Lusaka. And this week, I'm very excited to learn what else is happening around the world in all of the different projects that you're coming from, in particular with MHM and Women in Wash.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Mwanzandashe, and I like to call myself a shit manager. Back home, everybody laughs about that, but I think it's a very, very important job. This week, I'm looking forward to sharing, learning, but most importantly, connecting with other players and connecting beyond this week. Because most times we come for conferences, and then after conferences, we forget about each other. So I hope to connect beyond this week.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trevor Sarge. I work for GIZ based in Lusaka. I look after the CFS Lusaka project. I'm really happy to be here to see all of you and also to continue networking with all the folks during the next week. And I suppose what I'm really excited about is to see the dream of bringing an AfricaSan and an FSM together, and to see the synergies that come out of bringing the convening power of an AfricaSan, bringing the politicians to the conference, and the convening power of FSM conference, bringing the technicians, and hopefully I'm happy with how this dream turns out, but we'll see at the end of the week.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's Jonathan Maipambe from Lusaka, Zambia, and I'm working for Lusaka Water and Storage in the GIS and Mapping department. And of course, my interest will be in sanitation mapping. I want to learn, see how others are doing it, because this year is supposed to go citywide. We want to map our sanitation facilities in the city of Lusaka, so we are hoping to learn more from our colleagues who have done that before, and I think that is what my focus will be this week. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kapanda. I bet I'm the only one with one name in this room. Unless there's anybody else, but I doubt. Yeah, so I'm coming from Zambia, also working on the climate-friendly sanitation project. And I think my interests this week would be to learn more about digital approaches, like mentioned here already, and also maybe to learn more also on what has been happening in terms of the research and development advances in on-site sanitation and FSM. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Awebi Simwai. I'm coming from Zambia Environmental Management Agency, an environmental protection agency in Zambia. I'm heading the Waste Management Department, and it's always a pleasure to join the FSM meetings, because each time I'm at an FSM meeting, I always learn a lot. So I'm here to learn from how others are managing the waste, particularly fecal sludge, without polluting our environment. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nyonge Piri from Lusaka. I work for Lusaka Water and Storage, and I manage the department responsible for sanitation. Like my colleagues have already mentioned, Lusaka is a utility in transition. We're transitioning from a sewers-only approach to sewers and on-site sanitation. So when you talk about what I'll be focusing on this week, it's really difficult to say because we are having transition in very, very many areas. There's regulation, we need to figure out the tariffs, our entire operation is in transition. So what I hope to learn this week is approaches that other utilities in the world have used, other utilities that are trying to achieve what we're trying to do, and others that have already done so. So the idea is to learn and also share our experiences so that others can learn from what we're experiencing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nora Idonije from GIZ Zambia CFS project, and I'm here to enhance my knowledge and skills, especially with regards to collaborated and coordinated efforts towards achieving the sanitation and water global goals. And then also I'm very much interested in the context of beneficiaries in terms of inclusiveness and also meeting the intended goals. Thank you.
Good morning all, and I'm Amrish from Center for Policy Research. It's a public policy think tank in India. We are working with 2 counties and 3 states in bringing up this FSM interventions. For the last 4 years, it's been like, it's great to see you all, and very much interested to see how different countries taken up this non-sewer sanitation system and progress forward. And I would also like to share what kind of the knowledge India has been also taken up in this non-sewer sanitation system.
Yes, good morning everyone. My name is Christian Rieck, working for GIZ in Uganda. We work with a variety of partners, utilities, local governments, KCCA for Kampala, also small towns. I think on all the various topics, starting from washing schools, health centers, fecal sludge, city planning, financing, IT. So my interest is very broad in really learning other approaches and seeing what I can transfer to Uganda, and of course getting to know new people and meeting old sanitation, I don't know if I call them shitheads, but sanitation colleagues and friends here. Once again, thanks.
Hi, good morning. Myself Adi. I work for GIZ India in the eastern side of Indian subcontinent. So I basically look into the partnership of GIZ with one of the state where predominantly in housing and basic services. And personally, I'm more interested into data and urban affordable solutions and the bottom of the pyramid who work in the sector, but often not looked after as well in the as in the sector whole chain, so value chain. So I would be more interested in terms of exchanging ideas and also learning from you how you look for the bottom of the pyramid and the affordable sanitation solutions. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. I am Isaki Raj, coming from India. So I work with GIZ in a in Kerala state for the last almost 9 to 10 years. Presently, we are working in Smart Cities project. So I supported the GIZ program called Support to National Urban Sanitation Policy program for the last 5 years. I was involved in that project. So based on our advocacy and our technical support, the urban local body is presently implementing a non-conventional sewerage system in the city of Kochi. So in this this conference, basically I come to learn the ongoing things in the around the world and to share our experience.
Hello everyone, I am Rahul from GIZ India again. I have been working with the GIZ India Sanitation program for last 5 years, and currently I work for the Smart Cities program. And I also work with Arne for the SFD aspect in India, so I support him. And my main core thematic area is wastewater and FSM. And I'm here for mainly learning and connecting. And I personally believe I am more of a practitioner, and my daily attempt is like to simplify these ideas or the discussions that think tanks have to the grassroots level, so at the practitioners level. So I try to decode and make it as simple as possible that the practitioners can understand. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Myself, I am Venugopal. I am working as a technical advisor with GIZ for more than 8 years. I was part of the sanitation program, and I had the opportunity to work with 2 states of Indian continent, that is Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, for a brief time where I was supporting the Swachh Bharat mission implementation. And now, very recently, I have moved to another state, Tamil Nadu, which is where I'm working on the smart cities. So I do understand that cities can't be smarter until and unless the sanitation, one of the crucial thing, is addressed. So I would, now Indian cities are really looking at FSM as one of the options in case of especially the smaller and medium towns. So I would be looking very much interested to look into and understand the success stories with respect to FSM and other sanitation technologies that could be promoted in India as well. So I would look forward for good networks where I could share the experiences in India, as well as to understand the experience from other people across the world. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So many utilities and officials in the room, and the knowledge is in the room. And so let's have a glimpse in the agenda, and then an introduction to SuSanA from Doreen. We had the welcoming notes, and we'll just after this introduction of participants, we'll have a presentation on the SuSanA network and how it developed. We're slightly behind schedule. And then we'll have a presentation from Kitch about the NGOR commitments, and a session on sort of contributions from Lusaka and the role of the regulator in Tanzania. We'll have, you will not get lunch without being ready for the group photo. So be fast for the group photo, only then there'll be lunch. This is where we can recover time. It's a pity that GSMA, who is making a lot of these SIM cards, there was a visa problem to come from Bangladesh, but Ferdows will be there around in the week, maybe at the SuSanA Mingle, at the SuSanA stand. He can say a few words about this topic. And then we'll have other contributions on data management and digital approaches. And then, as often it was said that we should be less frontal and have more discussions. This will happen this afternoon with sort of a world cafe of topics, and we'll then discuss at the different tables. And last not least, we'll talk about the regional chapters, because that's the new thing, getting more and more attention, and we'll close the day, and after the closing remarks, there's a networking dinner, some walking distance, 20 minutes from here. And that's it with the overview of the program. And I think with this, Doreen, what is SuSanA? I have no idea. Please enlighten us.
Hello, once more. Thank you. Again, my name is Doreen Barlow. I work for the sector program Sustainable Sanitation, and I have the pleasure to give you an introduction to SuSanA, what we're about, and I'll also give you an overview of the current developments that we have and the different packages and the portfolio that we are currently producing within SuSanA. So, SuSanA, it's an acronym that stands for the Sustainable Sanitation Alliance, and we are a network of 335 partner organizations, and we currently have 10,000 individual members. Our focus is that we link on-the-ground experiences of our different partners with an engaged community, and we aim at promoting innovative practices within the sanitation sector and also best practices. We also aim to understand some of the challenges that you currently face within your organizations and how we can be able to mitigate them together. Our vision clearly stipulates that all people have access to adequate sustainable sanitation, regardless of where they come from, regardless of their income, culture, age, and sanitation systems as a whole are important contributors to broader sustainable development. We have 5 sustainability criteria, as you can see, focusing on health, environmental and natural resources, technology and operation and maintenance, finance, social, cultural, and institutional aspects. So a lot of people always ask me if SuSanA is a separate program, and I would like to tell you that it's actually anchored in an existing program. So we have the sector program, Sustainable Sanitation, and the Secretariat is one of the key performance indicators of this program. And we've been hosted with base financing from the German ministry, BMZ, and these are the colleagues that are basically working within the Secretariat. All of them are here. Unfortunately, Cecilia is not with us. She has been spearheading the SFD portfolio, but will be back in the office in the next couple of weeks. We have quite a number of products, different outputs that we actually provide to our different organizations, and these are anchored within the SuSanA forum. For example, we have a vibrant discussion forum where different members and partners discuss about sanitation. We also have webinars. We host webinars for the different organizations pertaining to different topics, and we also have thematic discussion series, which are more intense discussions pertaining to different topics in the sector. We also have what we call SuSanA partner profiling, where we try to understand what all the different basically organizations are currently working on, where they're located, and what are their core thematic areas. And we have a project database where we provide information about different projects of the respective SuSanA organizations. We have an extensive library with lots of publications that range from research to basic technical designs and BOQs. And we also have a Flickr account where you can see lots of sanitation pictures that range across the sanitation chain as a whole. We have a YouTube channel, and we also have, obviously, we consistently document every conference that we attend for our different members and partners who are unable to join us, for example, in AfricaSan FSM. So the face-to-face SuSanA meetings have been going on. As mentioned, this is the 27th SuSanA meeting. We have one meeting that is normally in close collaboration or in conjunction with the Stockholm World Water Week, and then we have a meeting within another region, for example, now in Cape Town, in conjunction with AfricaSan and FSM5. Our distribution is wide. We are spread out in all the different regions, as you can see, but we have quite a number of members and partners that are coming from sub-Saharan Africa and also from Asia. And these members, we have been able to categorize them. So we have government institutions that are SuSanA members. We have international NGOs, multilateral organizations, private sector, universities like the Makerere University, just to name a few. And our partners are really our strength, as in SuSanA would definitely not exist without the collaboration, the information that we get from our partners, so that we can be able to exchange knowledge and provide information that actually adds value to your respective interventions. We have the working group. So SuSanA, basically, a lot of our organizations anchor their activities within respective working groups, and these are actually the backbone of SuSanA. And these working groups focus on specific thematics in the sector, and as you can see, we have 13 working groups to date, focusing on urban sanitation, on WASH in institutions, emergency and reconstruction aspects. So obviously a lot of organizations focus on particular areas, and they dock their activities within these respective working groups. And working groups obviously have products that they produce. For example, we have the Working Group 7 that really focus on updating their fact sheet to basically speak the language of the SDG. Unfortunately, we still have some working groups that have not updated their fact sheets, but this is currently an ongoing exercise that is spearheaded by my colleague, Francie. So if you feel inspired, please talk to Francie so that we can be able to have all the different fact sheets for the respective working groups updated and in line with the SDGs. Pertaining to the structure of SuSanA, we have the decision making, so we call that the core group, and they basically make all the respective decisions pertaining to the activities that we need to focus on in relation to SuSanA. And it constitutes of working group leads and core leads and very active partners who are part of this decision-making body. And then we have active partners, so basically partners who contact us and inform us that they would like to provide information about specific products within SuSanA. And we have quite a number of passive partners, unfortunately. So if you know a couple, please, re-energize them to be more active within the SuSanA platform. And as I mentioned, a lot of these respective partners feed into the different products that currently are of relevance to SuSanA, like the working groups and the vision document and the respective SuSanA meetings, and obviously all the different communication and marketing tools that are also produced by the Secretariat. We do that with a lot of support from different organizations. And this is what we call basically the cooperation systems, which are a consortium of different members who work on respective thematics that are of interest and that are very much geared towards the sanitation sector. And I would like to just give you a very brief overview of one particular cooperation system which was funded by the Gates Foundation and the Stockholm Environmental Institute, with activities that are directed towards SuSanA. So the particular outcomes of this cooperation system was first and foremost to improve the use of the SuSanA platform, and also to show demonstrable improvements in the impact. So we wanted to understand, are all these products that we have within SuSanA, are they adding value to the respective organizations in respect to intervention? And we also wanted to strengthen the governance and institutional sustainability of SuSanA within this particular cooperation system. And some of the products that came out of this cooperation system is that we carried out a user experience study. I believe a lot of you are aware of it, where we try to understand whether our different members and partners are actually satisfied with the products that currently exist within SuSanA. And then we also carried out a stakeholder survey to understand the needs of our respective organizations pertaining to sanitation. And we also developed a strategic orientation for SuSanA, articulating our theory of change, and also what exactly do we need to focus on in the next couple of years to improve and to make an impact within the sector as a knowledge management platform. And we also have an organizational study that is currently ongoing. And obviously, we would like more information from you on how you feel that we should improve as SuSanA to be able to meet your needs. Now, as we were actually articulating and carrying out the strategic orientation, one thing was very clear for us. We needed to understand our long-term vision, which is to achieve SDG 6. And through that, we were able then to develop preconditions, activities, and aspects that we needed to take into consideration for us to achieve our long-term outcome, which is stipulated in this diagram, but I won't get into detail pertaining to that. But in a nutshell, what came out from this whole discourse was that for us to achieve our long-term outcome as SuSanA, we require strategic partnering. So strategic partnering is at the forefront with organizations like AMCAO, for example. We require also an optimal governance structure, a business model that works, and obviously a sustainable funding and financing strategy. And our focal areas based on these activities, first and foremost, is that we want to continuously look into strengthening our products and services. Curation is key. We also want to energize and revamp the existing working groups. And we want to ensure that we have increased collaboration with the respective partner organizations and consensus building within this sector. So not only North-South, but also South-South collaboration, triangular collaboration to achieve our goals. And we will also continuously focus on SuSanA meetings and in-country learning and exchanges, and more diversity is needed. We want more African colleagues to be part of the decision-making board of SuSanA, and we really look forward to your contribution and participation pertaining to this. Now, we've had quite a bit of impact in the sector, obviously, but a lot of key partners, a lot of key members have been the drive towards moving away from MDGs to SDGs. And I believe a lot of you are sitting here. We have now a dedicated goal, obviously, that is looking at SDG 6. And a lot of you have also been part and parcel in changing the discourse of sanitation, not only looking at not only looking at offsite, but also on-site sanitation and integrated sanitation solutions for us to achieve our goals. We've become mainstream, finally, and we want to continuously focus on improved collaboration, cooperation, and knowledge management, not only sector approaches, but thinking outside the box and integrating other sectors into the sanitation discourse. And with that, I want to say thank you very much. A warm welcome to all our new members. We're very happy that you're here, and please talk to us today and during the week about how you can make an impact within SuSanA. Thank you.
$20 minutes. What is 20 minutes? Coffee break. Okay. Enjoy your coffee break. Be here by 11:10. Yeah? Okay.
Hello?
It doesn't work?
So acting.
Yeah. What happened?
Now it's this.
It's not working.
What happened?
No, you need
Why
to announce it.
Why don't you even do this? This is even better. I mean, your finger on it is better.
Hello? 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 Hello, everybody? Hello? 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 Can we? Time is over. No sound. We have to walk to.
Hello? Hello? It's working. You can just go ahead.
No, you can say now we are.
You want to introduce us? We can just go ahead. First, I can see.
Willst du mal das? But it's Kitsch now coming. Ah. Okay. Take your seat, please. And now the next session is chaired by Aysen and Manal. Huh?
May you sit down, please? May you sit down, please? Our second session is on policy and regulation. Policy and regulation is one part which is critical for enabling environment, for accessibility to sustainable self-sanitation services and hygiene facilities that meet SDGs and goal commitments. Policy is good to give us direction, and then regulations for implementation. Our first presenter is Kichme Mbawa, the sanitation focal point at AMCO. So may you come forward.
This works? Okay, good. You're welcome to Africa. You're welcome to Cape Town and to AfricaSan5 and FSM5. And I hope that at the end of the meetings, the interactions we would have learned a lot from one another to move the sector forward. I will briefly talk to you about the AfricaSan movement and the process that led us to, that culminates into the AfricaSan conference here. So, for those who do not know, AfricaSan is the first of the SAN movement. And after 2002, we later had Latino SAN for Latin America. We later had AirSAN for East Asia, and then we had SACOSAN for South Asia. And you can see that AfricaSan actually is back home where it started. AfricaSan started in South Africa in 2002. And in 2008, we had the famous Ituquini commitments, which revolutionized sanitation across the continent by causing significant improvements in the enabling environment for sanitation service delivery. And from 2008 to 2015, we set up a system to monitor and report on AfricaSan on the Ituquini commitments, and we had a report that was gave an overview of the performance of countries on the Ngo commitment on the Ituquini commitments in 2015. But then there was a transition from 2015 from the MDGs to the SDGs, wherein we moved from just access to sanitation to safely manage universal access and ending open defecation. And so we had the Ngo commitments. Actually, the Ngo commitments came before the SDGs came out, and there are a set of 10 commitments. So, excuse me. Since 2015, when we had the commitments, there has been a process that was set in place to develop the indicators for monitoring and reporting, and we launched, I'll talk briefly about that. So we're in 2019 now, and we are at AfricaSan3, but I want us to, if we don't leave here with nothing, to remember that the centerpiece of the AfricaSan5 is the Ngo commitment, and the vision is to end open defecation, to ensure universal access to sanitation and hygiene, safely managed, of course. So this, everything about AfricaSan, which includes fecal sludge management, is about ensuring that there is safely managed sanitation and hygiene and ending open defecation. So what did we do after 2015? After 2015, we had a process where we developed the indicators within a small group, and following that, immediately we restructured. We have the AfricaSan International Task Force, which is mainly made up of the key stakeholders within the sector, and we developed the indicators and the entire monitoring process in a very consultative manner with the member states, doing validation meetings, getting input, and interrogating the process over and over. And at the end of the day, we have a set of 42 indicators that we monitored and have reported on. And so there was a process also. We launched the monitoring process. We have about 40 countries reported. there were in-country meetings within the sector working group in-country, and then we had sub-regional meetings, and we now have a report that you can access on the AfricaSan website, and you have a chance to have a hard copy of the report. But so we have two types of indicators. We have the vision indicators out of the, I'm talking about the 42 indicators now. We have the vision indicators, which are the vision, ending open defecation, access to safely managed sanitation, and access to safely managed hygiene. And then we have the commitment indicators, which are actually the indicators that are based on the 10 commitments that we have. So, so learning from Itiquini commitments, the indicators are staged. And what we learned from Itiquini commitments is that there were a couple of indicators that were vague, that everybody had to report on. And that did not go very well because, for instance, you are talking about an indicator like having a sanitation policy and strategy. But in some countries, you find out that what you call a sanitation policy and strategy is a one-page in the water and sanitation policy document. And then in some countries, you have a very comprehensive sanitation policy that addresses the different aspects of the sanitation value chain. So we have staged the indicators, you know, to ensure that we deal with that. So the stage 1 indicators deal with the enabling environment, and then the stage 2 focus on the country targets. So the stage 1, the commitment indicators, which are based on the 10 commitments that make up the Ngo Declaration, they focus on the enabling environment. You know, they are detailed enough to capture where there is little progress made on a particular commitment. So in order to differentiate between the progress that has been made by different countries, like I said, they are staged, and we use the traffic light system. We use the traffic light system to show the kind of progress that's been made. Green means good progress, yellow is little progress, and red is no progress at all. So you can see these are the indicators. These are the 10 commitments we have. Number one, the commitment number 1 deals with elimination of inequalities in access to sanitation. Number 2, mobilizing support at the highest level for sanitation. 3 is budgets and financing. 5 is the capacity for sanitation. 6 is institutional sanitation. 7 is FSM, is issues to deal with FSM, fecal sludge management, ensuring productive use of sanitation. And then number 9 is to establish government-led monitoring at country level. And the commitment number 10 is the engagement with the AfricaSan process. And this came from also from Itiquini commitments, where at the end of the process of monitoring and reporting, there was a strong correlation between countries that were actively engaging in the AfricaSan process, you know, more than countries who were not really involved. So overall, we had the monitoring process. I mentioned earlier, starts at country level, where all the stakeholders come together to review progress against the commitments. Then we had a learning and sharing process at sub-regional level, where people talk about where they make progress, where they're lagging behind, and they learn from neighboring countries. And you can see that within, for instance, the SADC region, the context is similar across the countries. And so the report we have is, I'll give you an overview of what we have at sub-regional level. So within the East Africa sub-region, there was generally, and for this commitment, on leadership and coordination, there was generally good progress across the continent. And this is one of the key gains from the Tikwini AfricaSan commitments of 2008. But you can see that we found out that across the East Africa region, the issues of financing and budgeting for sanitation is still very, very low, is a huge bottleneck. And then actually eliminating untreated waste, this is commitment number 7, the fecal sludge management is actually the poorest commitment, which countries made the least progress on. And for Southern Africa region, like I said, across all the regions, leadership and coordination has really significantly improved, but issues of funding still, and then the issue of fecal sludge management and reuse. In West Africa, same progress that I mentioned earlier, and then the major issue of waste reuse and fecal sludge management still, you know, a major issue. And then the commitment on private sector engagement, you know, it's still an issue that's been grappled with. And one of the, I'll tell you one of the ways, outcome of the sub-regional meetings, from the outcome of the sub-regional meetings, one of the things that we're doing to address this is, for the first time, we're having a private sector dialogue session where the private sector within the continent is mobilized to see how we can set, we can chart a direction for private sector engagement that will need to happen at country level so that we can move forward. So this is how things came out at the Central Africa region. Still coordination, good progress, like I said earlier. We're still battling with the issue of reuse, but interestingly, you can see that the issue of eliminating inequalities and private sector engagement are much more pronounced in the Central Africa region. So generally, this has been the overall picture, snapshot of how the continent performed in as per the Ngo commitments. But at the end of the day, all coming together, we want to come out, live here with the different stakeholders after AfricaSan5, the different stakeholders, the civil society, the development partners, the local authorities, all of us living here with key actions that we need to take to, like the ES mentioned earlier, to keep a continuous process of engagement within the AfricaSan system so that we fast track progress. We don't really have time. It's now 11 years and we still haven't made much progress. I look forward to sharing and learning from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, let us move from the progress to laws presentation. Lately we have seen the emergence of having environmental laws. Now we will have a real case study from Loksa, yeah, which will he will give us a presentation about the implementation and development of on-site sanitation solution bylaws. This case study will be presented by Mr. Edgar. Mr. Edgar Malwanda, he has sustainable environmental background. He is acting Director of Public Health. He has more than 10 years experience with working in local authorities. You are welcome.
good morning once again. As already introduced, I'm Edgar from Lusaka, Zambia, and I'm quite happy to be in this place. I remember when I was in school in my first year, we laughed at the course I was doing because most of it was to do with sheet, and people would say, how can you be doing such kind of a course? And but when we completed, us as sheetmen were the ones who got jobs first, and those who were those who were in good programs were still on the streets. And it's good to be with sheet managers. I'll give just a brief background on what we've been doing in Lusaka and what we are doing, and this is something which is still in progress. My outline is just to introduce Lusaka to those people who might not know where Lusaka is. I can see that there are quite a number of people in here who are from the other part of the world. And then we'll talk about sanitation, the situation in Lusaka. And then we'll go on to talk about the regulation. Why are we regulating and the related laws which are there. And then also do the enforcement mechanisms. And then look at the challenges and way forward, and then I'll conclude. So for those who might not be aware about where Zambia is, I think we are somewhere here now, and this is where Zambia is. And Lusaka, this is the Lusaka province, and Lusaka capital is where I am coming from, and where we'll be giving the experience for law development. The population for Lusaka, according to the Central Statistics, Lusaka in 2014 was estimated to be about 1.8 million, although now it is estimated to be over 2.5 million people. And out of the 2.5 million people, over 70% live in peri-urban areas. And you know what that means. And water coverage, we've got about 80% of the city covered with water service. But again, you know that as we say, water is there, but sometimes it's water which is not really available all the times, especially in these peri-urban areas. When it comes to sewer or sanitation, sorry, when it comes to sanitation coverage, you can see that we only have about slightly over 10% now of off-site sewer network, and then about 16% of septic tanks, and 70% pit latrines. And these are challenges. I think there were people here who were talking about pollution and climate change. When you look at these pit latrines, we are talking about pit latrines which are not really providing any protection to the water resource. Then we still have open defecation at about 4%. There's what we call flying toilet, where people have houses and they don't have any toilet, but they would defecate from within their house, and later on in the evening, they throw the plastic outside, and that is part of open defecation. Why are we so worried about is it sanitation or the pit latrines, the 70%? Because when you see this map, this is groundwater vulnerability map, and most of it, most of Lusaka lies on what we call dolomite kind of stone, which is quite fissured. And previously, I think the people who had planned the city, this part of the city had nothing. Most of the households or developments were on the other side of the city. But because of rural-urban migration, people came and settled in the areas which were not really meant for settling, and this has created a lot of problems. And because of this, you find that most of the cases when it comes to diarrhea problems, they emanate from this part of the city, because you're talking about water people do not have access to safe water, so they end up drinking water from shallow wells, and the shallow well water is mostly contaminated. Studies have been done to show that much of the water, groundwater in Lusaka, is highly contaminated, and the contamination is mainly from the pit latrines. This map is not very clear, but it is just also showing some background on the sanitation coverage and the types of sanitation which we have in Lusaka. As we said, we have on-site and off-site sanitation. So it gives some areas where on-site is, and then we have Lusaka Water here, Lusaka Water and Sanitation Company, which is helping to improve the scenario, moving from what it is now to ensure that we provide more of on-site, and also trying to protect the groundwater by providing fecal sludge management, which will help reduce the contamination which is currently happening, and that will entail protect more of the water, which water resource, and by so doing, much of the people who are currently sick of the different diarrheal diseases will be protected also. So that is the aim. So all this happening, then we'll have a healthier city. This is also just to give some highlight. I know some photos were already shown by, I think, the first presenter, showing what it is. And I know that in some of the African countries, it's almost the same. It shows the type of latrines which you find. Okay, you find that there's this. I'll show you the one of a classic one. You can see that these are things which you find in most of the peri-urban areas. 70% or over 70% of people using this type of system. And as the AMCA president said, I think it's unacceptable. For now, we're talking about the same things. We need to move from this to some dignified kind of arrangement. But then, why are we talking about regulation? Because we say, why should we regulate? We need to protect public health. As I said, that the most important thing is, whatever we are talking about here, we're looking at the individual. So we need to ensure that public health is protected, and we need to protect the natural resources. And also, we restore society dignity. So we are saying we need to provide a sustainable, we need to ensure that we provide a sustainable life, because all these aspects are just talking about sustainability. Because when we talk about this, this is about social, this is social and economic, and also we're talking about natural resources here, the environmental aspect. We've got quite a number of laws in Zambia which deal with sanitation, but unfortunately they don't really directly deal with on-site sanitation. So there are a number of laws, and recently there's another law which has come on board, the Integrated Solid Waste Management Act, which was just signed in December by the president. It hasn't even, we've not even started using it effectively, because it's still a new law, which is a new law which has come on board. So all these laws, but nothing which is providing some cutting edge kind of enforcement to on-site sanitation. I was telling you about the classic one. When you look at this particular toilet was in use in 2017, we discovered it in 2017, and people would use it in the night. So it's quite a unique kind of arrangement. And all this, we're saying we are bringing in, people would want also to feel how it is to sit on a pan. So what is the on-site sanitation bylaw trying to do is also to try and mainstream and probably bring together different other technologies which are used in the higher class, so that they can also be mainstreamed in the lower class, so to speak. Because you can see that there's desire to ensure that they also use the pan. So this is also, I think, the picture which I showed at some point. These, what are we also trying to do to regulate fecal sludge management? Because when you look at what is happening now, the gentleman is in feces, deep in the feces, in the shit, removing it. And most of the times you find that people would not do this type of activity in the afternoons. They will rather do it in the evenings or in areas which are secluded, and then they'll be able to deal with such of a thing. But honestly speaking, we need to ensure that we bring some dignity to the way business is done. What are they doing? They are doing a good thing, but it's not supposed to be like this. Unfortunately, these are things which we find in these localities. And of course, there are now other organized ways of doing things, but is the service chain complete? You find most of the time the service chain is not complete. I recall that in Lusaka we had some few years ago, some of the NGOs just came with these different types of technologies without really looking at the service chain. And people now said, no, all the fecal sludge management type of toilets are not good ones, because you don't know where to take your shit after the bucket or whatever containment is full. And that created a problem, and that it has created a problem even now because of the service chain, which was not really well defined. So we hope that the regulations will help deal with such kind of challenges. What is the process of the regulation? So we've had quite a lot of discussions. We started the discussions 2 or 3 years ago on the issues of on-site formulation, the bylaw formulation. So it has gone through different processes. Stakeholder engagement, all the key stakeholders have been engaged. Apart from the key stakeholders, the politicians have been engaged. The members of the public have been engaged. And now we are at a point where we have completed our bylaw, but it is now yet to go under what we call public, open to the public comments. So last week, last week we had now our final document. So it should be made open to the public for 30 days. So once that stage passes, then we take it to the full council. Then the full council will ratify it, and then it will go to the minister now for final endorsement and signing. And then we'll be done with our bylaw. So next time we should be able to say the bylaw is ready. Okay? These are, I think most of these people are represented here. Part of the enforcement process. We are all, apart from maybe WAMA, which is not represented here, we are all working together in order to ensure that the bylaws are well looked at. This is also just the issue of digitalization, which people talked about. I think it's quite important. We did a pilot working together with the different stakeholders to see how we will be able to work in terms of enforcing of the law. What are the challenges? I think it's been as we get to the enforcement, there's been lack of coordination, but I can tell you that now we are more united than ever. I've had worked in the local authority for over 10 years. I've never seen a united, a united force of shit managers than it is now, because we are quite united and we're hoping that things will work well. There's been inadequate information flow, human resource issues, and the way forward, this is what we are doing. Creating of integrated, robust information system, then education and sanitation campaigns, community engagement. I think I'll end here. My time is up. Obusaka, Chimbusu, dignity of a home is based on the clean state of your toilet. I thank you.
Our next presenter is Engineer Titus Safari from Tanzania on the role of water supply and sanitation regulator and promoting fecal sludge management in Tanzania. Mr. Safari has over 13 years experience covering engineering, water resources, finance, and investments. We want to hear from him what it means for sanitation.
Good morning, everyone, again. As introduced, I'm Titus Safari from Tanzania, working for EWURA. EWURA being a regulator of water, energy and water service provision in Tanzania. I'll share with you the introduction, which covers briefly what is EWURA, what are we doing, what is our mandate in fecal sludge management, in water and in sanitation services at large. We also look at the legal and institutional framework for fecal sludge management in Tanzania. We'll see what we've done so far as EWURA in terms of fecal sludge management, what are our interventions in the area, and what are our challenges and the way forward which we think we are going to move to implement. Of course, the presentation will focus on the fecal sludge management service chain and focusing on what the regulator has initiated and done in terms of the entire service chain from capture to safe reuse or disposal. I should also highlight that this is my first time to attend the SuSanA meetings, and I'm glad that I could be part of a network of experts sharing knowledge and experience and learning from each other with regard to fecal sludge management. Our EWURA is a multi-sectoral regulatory authority. We are responsible to regulate energy and water services. In the energy sector, we cover the electricity, natural gas, and petroleum in the energy sector. But in the water sector, we are responsible for regulation of water and sanitation services, which are provided by water supply and sanitation utilities in the country. We do technical and economic regulation of water and sanitation services in the water sector, and this includes issues of licensing, tariff reviews, performance monitoring, and issuance of standards of service and guidelines in terms of water and sanitation services provision. So far, we have issued licenses to about more than 110 utilities countrywide. Our setup is a little bit different maybe to other countries, that we have quite a number of utilities to regulate. For each regional town, there is a water utilities that is mandated to provide water and sanitation services in the town or city or municipal center. And in the small towns and district towns, we also have water and sanitation utilities that have mandates to provide water and sanitation and services. So wherever there is a water and sanitation authority, EWURA is responsible to regulate the services, water and sanitation services that are provided by the water and sanitation utility in that township or municipal or city. So in terms of the legal and institutional framework, we have a number of players in the fecal sludge management in Tanzania. If you look at the chain, the service chain from capture to safe reuse and disposal, there are quite a number of legislations and laws that are available, and institutions that are responsible to either regulate or enforce fecal sludge management in the country. If you look at the capture and containment, we have that local government authorities have the mandate to ensure that on-site sanitation systems are meeting the required standards, are constructed according to specifications and guidelines that are issued from time to time. So we have the Local Government Authorities Act, we have Public Health Act, which gives the mandate to local government authorities to either enforce or even construction and maintaining the on-site sanitation systems in their respective areas. We also have the Environmental Management Act, the Local Government Authorities Act, again the Public Health Act, which also have issues, provide mandates and functions of various institutions in terms of emptying, transportation, and treatment of fecal sludge. Now here we see the local government authorities have a role to play. The National Environmental Management Council has a role to play. But in that component, we have the Water Supply and Sanitation Act, from which the water supply and sanitation authorities are established by the minister responsible for water. And these utilities are also responsible for provision of sanitation services, which according to the Act, sanitation services means provision of appropriate facilities and services for the collection and disposal of human excreta and wastewaters. And also these utilities are responsible for developing and maintenance of sanitation works, whereby sanitation works are defined in the Act to include the seaward systems and on-site sanitation systems that are within their service areas. Now, as I said earlier, that's wherever there is a water supply and sanitation authority, that's where EWURA mandates comes for the services that are provided by the utilities. So you'll see that we are responsible for, in terms of regulatory functions, in terms of sanitation services provided by these water supply and sanitation authorities. We also have a responsibility in terms of safe reuse and disposal, because as we have seen the definition, that these utilities are responsible to the level of safe reuse and disposal. So as a regulator now, we also have a mandate to ensure that we intervene on what the utilities are supposed to do, what they are doing and what they are supposed to do. We have been in operation for the more than the past 10 years, and like many other countries and other regulators, the focus has been on sewerage issues. I remember even when EWURA started, the department that which I'm working with was known as Water and Sewerage Department. But now, the shift has gone to now we need to focus on the entire sanitation chain, not only focusing on sewerage. Now we are talking about sanitation. So even our naming has changed to water and sanitation. So it is a shift towards addressing issues that in our societies in terms of provision of sanitation services. Now, what have we done so far as a regulator? First of all, I should say that we started by appreciating that we have to do something. knowing that the sewerage coverage which we have been focusing, the sewerage services that we have been focusing in regulating is a little bit more than 10%, less than 15% of the population is covered by sewage systems. And the rest, more than 90% of the population is served by on-site sanitation systems. So as a regulator, we need to think out of the box that what can we do to intervene, taking recognition of the mandate that we have been given by the laws regarding regulation of water and sanitation services. So looking at the mandate, in the capture and containment, the utilities that we regulate, they do not have a direct mandate in terms of capture and containment component of the chain. The responsibility is mostly with local government authorities. So as a URA, we do not have a direct mandate to intervene. So our starting point was in the area of emptying, transportation and treatment, whereby we have issued the tariff application and setting rules just in 2017. And these rules are accompanied with guidelines giving a framework on how tariff setting will be implemented when it comes to on-site sanitation services that are provided by the utilities that we regulate. So it gives the framework in terms of how the utilities will recover costs and set their tariffs, submit to EURA for review and approval, issues regarding the self-emptying transportation and treatment of fecal sludge. So we have already a framework for tariff setting. In 2011, we issued a performance benchmarking guideline for water utilities, which gives a framework on how we will monitor the performance of utilities. It defines the key performance indicators that utilities are required to adhere to, and from which we are going to measure their performance and rank their performance annually. Now, the benchmarking guideline in 2011 again was focused on sewerage issues. The KPI that was there was mostly focusing on sewerage services. But last year, we revised the guideline, and we have given a focus now to the sanitation services rather than sewerage services. So we have now a performance indicator system with a revised, one of the indicators that has been revised is that for provision of proportional populations served with regulated sanitation services, which include on-site sanitation services. We also have a key performance indicator which guides utilities in terms of construction of fecal sludge management, tracking the progress of utilities in terms of constructing fecal sludge treatment facilities. We also have the water and wastewater quality monitoring guidelines issued in 2014, and this one covers the issue of safe reuse and disposal. Challenges, like many other countries, we need capacity building from across all players, from the regulator to service providers, all stakeholders. The issue of fecal sludge management is a relatively new concept, which we can appreciate that capacity building is still required. Clear sanitation policy. Unlike we have water policy, national water policy, public health policy, environmental policy, but sanitation issues are scattered around those policies. So clarity is required. And this is connected with unclear roles of key players in the fecal sludge management chain. We need to issue guidelines and standards for emptying, transportation, treatment, and reuse of sludge byproducts, and this is an area that we think we are going to intervene as a regulator, trying to guide utilities on what can be done. Other challenges, presence of unemptiable toilets. We know for the chain to, the links between the chain to work very well, we needed to have the on-site sanitation facilities in good order, so that the downstream activities can work very well. So this is also a challenge that is also we are also facing in Tanzania. We also need to improve in terms of data collection and management, know what is really happening on the ground, so that we can be able to monitor very well the performance of the utilities. What is the way forward? As I mentioned, we are looking forward. We are still on the drawing board to see what we can do in terms of issuing fecal sludge management guidelines for water supply and sanitation authorities. What are the utilities supposed to do? What are the business models that they can use? We are also looking forward to review the water utilities information system, which we use for data collection and management from utilities, so that we can improve the area of data collection in fecal sludge management, and where possible, to link with other data collection mechanisms that are implemented by other institutions. We are also looking forward to review the water and wastewater quality monitoring guidelines, so that we can be more explicit in terms of fecal sludge management issues. And we, as our role as a regulator, we are responsible to advise the government in policy issues and investment in fecal sludge management. We are looking forward to do that even better. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are looking forward to making it to the top of Africa in terms of fecal sludge management regulation. This is the URA team at the top of the Kilimanjaro. So we are looking forward to do the same in terms of regulation of fecal sludge management. One piece of advice is that to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, you need to go slowly but surely. And in management or regulation of fecal sludge, we needed to move in a pace that we are sure is going to make impact. We are going to reach the top of Africa in terms of regulation of fecal sludge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask the three speakers just to come here, because we will have the discussion with the attendees. Would you like to come, please? So I would like to thank you all for this interesting presentations. Actually, we heard about the monitoring progress. We heard about the enforcement of laws, about the framework of the fecal sludge management, and it's clear that the sanitation sector here is facing huge challenges, especially that you touch very sensitive areas like the tariff systems, and you look in every component in the sanitation service chain. So questions, please.
Thank you very much for our presenters, and I'm glad that a lot of information has been shared. I had, I think, two questions. The first one goes to Rana in terms of GIZ, the Samba, on the Ngo commitments. From your explanation, it seems that there's only leadership that has been established across the globe, and the other indicators haven't said much. I wanted to note what extent you didn't explain, I mean, in terms of the private sector involvement, and whether there are, there are efforts that are putting into ensuring that at least the indicators are met. And also based on that one, I wanted to know what commitments the countries agreed to ensure they meet those indicators. I think that is my question. And then to Titus is, I wanted just to get an explanation of this, what we call multi-sectoral regulatory authority. You know, in terms of how is it, there are different sectors. Is this one organization with different things, or are they in different organizations, but then you are operating as a coordinating entity? How does this work? Thank you.
Okay, we will have another question, and then they can answer all of the questions.
Yeah, I'm Peter Mtale from Zambia. Maybe my 3 questions go to Hehula. Maybe the first question has to do with how are you working with the local authorities as you regulate on-site sanitation? That's the first question. And then the second one has to do with the tariff. How is your tariff for on-site sanitation? Is it a variable maybe tariff, or is it a fixed tariff for everyone? And maybe how are you doing the determination of that tariff of on-site sanitation itself? And the last one has to do with the monitoring of emptiers. How are you ensuring that the people that are doing the emptying are taking the fecal stuff to the right places? Thank you.
We will have another 2 questions, and maybe then they can answer. Questions? They can answer.
I have a question, actually.
Yeah, okay.
My question is for Edgar. You were showing images of on-site user interfaces for toilets, and I'm quite saddened by the fact that the pan toilets or the flush models are actually the progressive ones, or at least people have an image like that. And I quickly Googled the net worth of Squatty Potty. That's the device, the stool that you use to squat on top of these flush toilets, and it's a $33 million industry. People actually know that squatting is the best way to go, but how do we kind of create awareness among public regarding user interface, and what's the progressive way?
Thank you, Shobana. We will have the last question here, and we will hear by you.
Thank you. My name is Beda Lavira from Ifakara Health Institute. My question will go to a guy from Lusaka. You mentioned that most of your underground water is contaminated, and you mentioned the reason is due to maybe the alignment and the construction of course, the construction of the pit latrines. I wanted to get a little bit more of the collaboration when it comes to that point, and I wanted also to know what's the government initiatives to this. Thank you.
Yeah. Who would like to start?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, the out of the 10 commitments, the commitment in which countries have made the most progress on is on leadership and coordination. And it means increasingly you have, as compared to 2008, if we use that as baseline, increasingly you have more countries identifying one ministry, lead ministry, as a ministry responsible for sanitation. We have more countries having a coordinated sector within which the different stakeholders meet frequently to deal with issues of sanitation. There's increased coherence and focus on dealing with issues of sanitation. Yes, if you look at generally at the 10 commitments, there are different levels of progress, but this is the one with the most progress. Now, the second question, you talked about the commitments made as per private sector participation. So the way the sub-regional meetings are organized, there are individual countries make 3 key commitments that they want to work on. And these are not really like based on the 10 commitments you have, but they can say, okay, we want to develop a private sector engagement plan. Some countries can say we want to develop a standalone sanitation policy. So, but by and large, different countries, like I said, have different commitments. And so you have to look into the details to be able to know which countries are making commitments on what. And yes, I can say that a number of countries have put in place, have made commitments to say we want to see more private sector engagement. But if you look at the indicators, if you have time, you can look at the 42 indicators. The commitment on private sector engagement is staged, is a number of indicators. And one of the indicators is like having whether there is a private sector engagement strategy in a country, whether there is the level of engagement of the private sector so far, and so on and so forth. So, like I said, you need to look deeply into the individual country plans for you to be able to do that. And I invite you to be part of the country dialogue that will happen on Wednesday, where you will see that countries will have further engagement and look at the key areas they want to make progress in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the second question, the issue of contamination. Yes, when you look at the way Lusaka is, the ground water is highly contaminated, and mostly, as I said, it is attributed to the pit latrines, because it's usually fecal contamination which is detected. And what is happening now, government is not just sitting idle, or the local authority is not just sitting idle. There is a big project which is underway, which is happening now. In fact, we have members of that project right in this room. So there's over 200, is it 200 million, 200, is it $200 million dollars? Yes, over $200 million, which has been pushed into issues of sanitation. Not water and sanitation, but just sanitation. And that is to ensure that we reduce this contamination. Yes, of course, our desire would be to have offsite because of the nature of the geological formation, but unfortunately that cannot just happen overnight. You need to ensure that you deal with it in stages. And no wonder there is quite a lot to do with fecal sludge management. How do we manage the fecal which is being produced now, even as we get to our desired goal? Because our goal is to ensure that nothing goes or contaminates underground water. But it has to go, you have to deal with it stage by stage, as my colleague from Tanzania said. As we are aiming to get to Kilimanjaro, it's slow but sure, and we will definitely get there. That is on contamination. Then the other question was on awareness. Yes, of course, as you saw from the pictures, there are a lot of people would want to use this latest kind of technology. That what is happening now, with the help also of the project and different other partners, there's a lot of awareness creation which is going on. So what we are doing is to provide different options to the residents of Lusaka, those who are in peri-urban areas. So the different options will also have the different cost implications. So that if at all you are only able to get something which is cheap, but of course doing what you want it to do, then they'll go for the cheaper options. But the idea is to ensure that each and every sector or each and every household is catered for, and that is what also the project, the Lusaka Sanitation project, is trying to do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I had 4 questions. The first one is about how multi-sectoral regulation works in EURA. As I said, we are responsible for regulation of energy and water utilities. Now, the way we are structured as EURA, we have different departments which are dealing with regulating the sectors that I've mentioned. And at the energy sector, we have electricity, natural gas, and petroleum divisions, which are responsible for regulatory issues in the energy sector. And we also have a department which is dedicated for water and sanitation. So that's how we are set up. And we also have a department, cross-cutting departments, which are dealing with regulatory economics and legal issues across all the sectors. And that makes us a multi-sectoral regulator, and that arrangements work very well with us, as we can bring together especially the expertise from the cross-cutting divisions to address energy and water issues all together. So technically we are divided into sectoral departments, sub-sectoral departments, one of them being for water and sanitation, a department which I'm working with. From Zambia, we had a question about how are we working with local government authorities. As I said, our mandate is to regulate water utilities, and for them to provide services in their areas of jurisdiction, they get licenses from WEURA. And also they are also required to have, to enter MOUs with local government authorities. So we support the utilities in drafting the MOUs with local government authorities, whereby the utilities have their mandates in the MOUs, and the local government authorities have their mandates in terms of provision of water and sanitation services. So in a way, the mandates of water utilities in the MOUs with local government authorities, we are responsible to monitor them. And that's where the link comes. But in terms of regulation, we do not have a direct mandate to local government authorities. We have a mandate to water utilities. So our relationship with LGAs is a collaborative kind of a relationship as a stakeholder in the water and sanitation service provision. How do you set tariffs for MTIAs? The water utilities, water and sanitation utilities, they do it in two different ways. They can provide the services on their own, or they can contract service providers, because the licenses that we issue to them are for provision of water and sanitation services. So they have a mandate to do it themselves in terms of providing directly the service. Now, in terms of setting the tariffs, it is the utilities that have to come to demonstrate the regulator the costs of service of providing the cesspit emptying services. And that has to be demonstrated by identify the costs that the utility will incur, and that will demonstrate the revenue requirement that they need to recover from their customers. So with that, generally that is the framework for setting tariffs for emptying, transportation, and treatment of fecal sludge. But also, it is also the mandate of the utilities to propose to the regulator the costs of, we call them dumping charges, whereby the private MTS are going to dispose their the fecal sludge to the treatment facilities operated by water utilities. So the utilities have to demonstrate to the regulator the costs that they will be incurred and justify the revenue requirements that need to be recovered from that service. For us, our duty is to review and approve the appropriate tariffs or charges that the utilities are going to charge their customers. Monitoring of MTS. Now, because the utilities are responsible in their service areas according to their licenses, monitoring is a responsibility of the water utilities. they have to make sure that they know who is doing what in their respective area, because it is their mandate. But again, we have the local government authorities in areas where the utilities do not have the capacity to provide the services. Still, these services are under local government authorities. The city council or municipal councils are responsible for monitoring the MTRs, issuance of licenses, and such services. Thank you.
Hello, you may take seats. Just a quick wrap up. Just a quick wrap up, just 4 points we can pick. One has to do with going beyond leadership and going to the action phase on the goal commitments. The second one is concern on groundwater pollution, not to just concern about public health, but also environmental protection, as we get for Lusaka. The third one is on tariff setting. How can we do it to ensure it's all inclusive and deals with inequalities? So it could go into details and deal with that. And then the fourth one has to do with ensuring that our regulations for citywide and all inclusive hygiene and so forth. We could have some more points, but the next thing we need to do is to do a group photo before we go for lunch. I end here.
Okay, what I heard is you go out, you go down the stairs, and they're in between two pillars. There we can all stand, and from up a photo will be taken. Is that right, Franzi? Okay, so then let's all go so that we can have lunch afterwards. Yeah, and we'll be back after 1 hour here. That means like 1 o'clock and 20 minutes. Okay. Just take a seat. We are ready for our next session. And who's chairing that? Oh, so I hand over to the session chair, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure we enjoyed our lunch. I think that we might be running slightly behind schedule, so we're going to go right into the next session. And it is digital approaches and monitoring. So just to introduce the session, we know that digitalization enhances the interaction of data collection and global networking, and within that provides the potential to for transformation to happen in sustainable development. Improved access to information enhances the capacity for targeted interventions and resource allocation as well. In this session, we're going to hear about some of the experiences and innovations taking place in the sanitation sector with digitalization. Okay, so I'll go ahead and introduce the speakers or presenters for this session. And I don't know if we're a full house yet, or are people still trying to catch that last bite of the dessert? All right, anyway, we'll proceed. Data management system presentation by Christian Rick. So he's under the GIZ Enhanced Water and Sanitation Security and Sanitations for Millions in Uganda. So he's the head of the urban sanitation component and country coordinator for Sanitation for Millions program. He has been in the water sector for over 10 years, and he's sitting right here, rather standing right there. And then his presentation is about the experience, challenges and lessons learned on IT-based data management systems with government partners in Uganda and some of the interventions that are currently in place within Uganda, Kampala. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chaive, for that nice introduction. I think I take this one. Yes, I hope everyone is alive and awake after the food. That's usually the worst spot to make a presentation. Without having an energizer, I don't know where this GIZ energizing moderation is. I mean, you try it, huh? But usually we stand up and we do something. But let's see if it happens, or if we can have enough energy for this one. So IT systems, data management systems, I think, digital approaches, I think that's the overall topic. And we have, I think, done a lot as GIZ in the different countries. I will talk a bit about what we've done in Uganda over the last few years. And I think we've had some mixed results in terms of the sustainability of some of those systems. But I think it's the only way forward, I think, in data management, to go from paper-based to digital ways or modalities. So just as a small mistake, actually, it's called Enhanced Water Security and Sanitation Program, and the Sanitation for Millions global program under which I'm working. The short outline, we'll talk about roughly or quickly sanitation situation in Kampala, then the ICT levels in Uganda, some of the solutions we worked on, and the challenges and the lessons learned. Okay, I think not surprisingly for an African city is that chart on connection to the sewage system on the left. You see roughly at the moment 5% are connected to the sewer system. That might be pushed up to 9% in the next few years with a lot of heavy infrastructure investment. But the rest is remaining under on-site sanitation, fecal sludge management systems. And also on the right, you can see that most toilets are shared in Kampala and most likely also other cities in Uganda. In terms of the ICT situation, you can, in this chart, you can see that there's very little, I mean, there are various parameters of, for example, households with computers. On the right-hand side, you can see it's basically 0, or households with internet, or like landlines, and many things actually are quite weak in terms of ICT. But in terms of mobile subscriptions and internet bandwidth, you can see there's some good development in terms of penetration of internet and IT into the population. But of course, it's still quite weak. Down there, you can see the chart, maybe not very clearly, on that percentage of individuals using the internet. In Congo, I think it's below 5%, Uganda around 20%, South Africa, where we are, a bit more than 50%, and of course in developing countries like Japan, Germany, I don't know, 95% or so. So that's of course telling you also about the limitations for IT, and I think we try to address them in some of these projects that I show you solutions. So I think one of the earliest solutions we tried is in terms of mapping sanitation, public sanitation facilities in Kampala. So we used an ODK, Open Data, I think, toolkit. It's an open software to, I don't know, to make surveys on the smartphone. And yeah, you can basically make some maps with some software, S3 ArcGIS software, in terms of kind of really showing where we have infrastructure and the location of the infrastructure and their situation. Success was, yeah, it was a very fast, cheap intervention. You can use that free software to really design your surveys and get the results. You don't have to really start, making up a software or something like that. You have a establishment of a baseline database, and the ODK tool was also used for other applications afterwards. So there was quite a good uptake from this approach. Currently, this is not anymore used for this particular purpose. But it kind of paved the way to do more in that mapping and baseline exercise. I also talk about that with another solution, I think, comes later. Now this is kind of a purpose-built software we developed for a small town project where we did the town sanitation planning. Yeah, for 6 rural towns. I don't want to go into the very technical things because it's not my speciality. But I think what we kind of found out in terms of success, I would also not maybe say it's a success that the application was easy to handle, but actually the users, they had quite a challenge to maintain and operate the system, even though maybe from a development or software development perspective, it's a very easy tool to use. But you see, it's quite a big system with a web-based, I think, database, and then some instances that we've put on the computers in each of the towns to work offline, and then uploading this data and so on. It was a challenge. I come back to the challenges later. Just to give you an overview of what we have tried to do and tried to set up. So this was really purposely done in order to collect also baseline information in the small towns, how many toilets, school toilets, household toilets, and so on. And it's supposed to be used to update this information regularly so the town can know the status of how they develop. But we've seen the challenge that technology is not so well used. Now, GIS tracking of pit emptiers is something that I think also started with IAVAC some years ago, where we try to try to understand where the MTS, these MTR private sector entrepreneurs take the sludge. Are they taking it actually to the safe treatment facility, or are they taking it somewhere else? And again, here we use the ODK kits also to again create maps to see where those emptying basically take place and the offloadings take place. We provided smartphones to about 50 service providers and provided the data for uploading of that data to the server, the cloud server. Here again, fast mapping results. You can see the empty toilet and the dumping sites. Good results to learn from, to develop a professional application, which I show on the next slide. It was really a good tool to have a quick assessment of what's going on. And currently, as I said, its used experience is used from that GIS tracking is to build now a really professional application for KCCA. So this is also done for Kampala. What you can see here is the outline of Kampala, the boundaries of the capital city of Uganda. So this has now gone into that GIS tracking application, which of course is now a bit more sophisticated, and it means like really building a professional software that needs operation and maintenance and a lot of training. So here you can see characteristics of the systems, web and smartphone-based system, real-time tracking of emptying jobs and dumping. You have like a back-end management console for KCCA to oversee what's going on, and kind of a dashboard, because now this tracking application is linked to the call center of the authority of KCCA. So they can look what's going on, see which MTRs are available for jobs, can assign jobs, and hopefully can make the services more efficient. There's also a bit a try to really automate dispatching of emptying jobs, similar to an Uber app. I think that was the original idea. Let's build an Uber app. You can really call for a service, and the next entrepreneur that is available can come to your house, empty, gets tracked, and there's some kind of also some kind of payment modalities. But it's still in an early stage. And of course, we want to, the city authority wants to analyze this data and for their regulation purposes. We are just at the stage of piloting at the moment, so I wouldn't really say it's yet a big success. I think it's a success that the authority has taken it up and really wants to make serious use of this data. But of course, there are a lot of question marks around some sustainability issues. Now, if you give out smartphones to the MTRs and you pay for their internet data, is that a sustainable approach? But we are still, I think, in a phase of learning and understanding what really makes it more sustainable in the long run. Just a very recent application for digitalization is around washing schools, where we have an extensive program with KCCA in Kampala on improving washing the schools and how do you monitor this on a regular basis. So here, once again, before we start going into very serious software development, we try to use the ODK tool, which is free, to make kind of a test run and see how it can work institutionally. And yes, and then maybe build on that experience to come up with a more, let's say, institutionalized software. Now on the challenges, it's a lot of challenges. Let's see how much time I have. It's already over. It's a challenge. I don't need to go through everything. I think maybe I pick out a few of the most important ones. Of course, poor internet connection. Maybe for Kampala that's not the biggest problem, but for other towns in Uganda, of course, that's a problem. You have, let's say what for me is most important is you can of course come up with the software, but it's just like a car or anything else you buy. It needs operation maintenance, and it's a thing that you need to budget for, and that's the biggest constraint in all the institutions we have worked in. Besides all the technical issues and of course internet data, making sure people are using internet, we have also a big challenge that people don't know how to use maps, even though we want to use maps. But for example, in the Uber app, if you call a taxi on Uber, they still call you and ask you where you are, even though they have a map, but they don't really know how to use the map, and it's a big challenge. So we sometimes maybe over-anticipate the advantages of digital tools, but they can help us in really improving data management and of course using it for decision making. Well, let's not go into so much details. Maybe you have some questions directly, or maybe after the whole session there's some time for questions. So that's all I wanted to share so far. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Christian. So I think just to echo a little bit on what was presented, I think this is more or less an end result of what city mapping can reveal in the sanitation sector. So it's good to see from the Uganda perspective, and for some of you who are not part of that exercise or may not be aware, the three cities, Kampala, Dar es Salaam, and Lusaka, have been exchanging and have visited we've visited each of those cities, Dar es Salaam and Kampala, to share more on what they're doing in sanitation. So there's quite a group of Zambians that were in Kampala in April last year, and this city mapping and the data management system were shared in their initial stages. So it's great to see how much progress has been made, especially for the Lusaka team, who is just about to embark fully on city mapping. So this is definitely something where we can pick up in. So just to build up on that, we have a next presenter who more or less picks up on what was discussed. So it's more like a build-up, separate, but it's kind of like a build-up presentation. And this is Jacob Kiska. So Jacob supports in-country staff to develop new services and products that improve access to water and sanitation. A human-centered design approach is at the core of the program to ensure that these services and products respond to people's needs, wants, and limitations. And Jacob has a BA in product design and has worked for design and innovative consultancies, helping clients to create better and more relevant products and services to future-proof their businesses. Yeah, so welcome, Jacob.
There are two screens, that's why this isn't PDF.
If you drag it over the other way.
Where is it? Yeah.
Which button do I have to click to go forward?
Yeah.
This one, okay.
Timekeeping machine is there.
Okay, good. I like it. So hi everyone. My name is Jacob Kiske and I work for WSUP. So we have been, of course, we have been working on a very similar project that Christian just presented. So really great to hear that other people are working on similar things. So today I'm going to talk about Pula, and Pula is an app for vacuum tank businesses, and we aim to, so the app aims to improve
the business of the vacuum tank businesses, while at the same time collecting data on how they operate, which can be shared with the sanitation authorities. So just to give you some really basic background, so as you all know, in most of the cities that we operate in, people are not connected to the sewer system. So most of the waste, or some of the waste, ends up in pit latrines and septic tanks. And these septic tanks and some of the pit latrines are emptied by vacuum tank businesses. These businesses, they kind of work quite independently, and most governments and organizations like WASAP don't really know exactly what they do and how they operate. And this kind of this lack of understanding on how the market works makes it really difficult for authorities and NGOs to kind of plan and evaluate interventions. So we thought that we wanted to create an app that really helps kind of bridge this data gap. Really, an app that helps the authorities to have a better understanding of what is happening on the ground. But to make sure the app is sustainable, we wanted to create something that also gives benefits back to the vacuum tank businesses. So we wanted to create an app that gives like a benefit to the vacuum tank businesses, while at the same time allows us to capture data on how they operate. So really similar to if you think about Google. Google is really interested in our data, but we don't just give our data away for free to them, but we use their services, and through that process we give away our data. And Pula tries to do something very similar. So to find out what we could give the vacuum tank businesses in return of their data, we kind of, what we could offer the vacuum tank businesses to improve their business, we applied a human-centered design approach where we spoke with several stakeholders, with vacuum tank drivers, with vacuum tank owners, and some of the authorities. And we kind of interviewed a lot of them. We came up with loads of ideas. We prototyped those ideas, and we went back and tested those ideas with the businesses. So really kind of an iterative, step-by-step approach. The exact process that we applied is called the design sprint. So everyone who's kind of interested in fast product development, I would highly recommend reading the book Design Sprint by Jake Knapp. It's a product development approach used by Google, and we kind of applied a very similar approach to develop Pula. So we adapted it slightly, but essentially it is kind of, we start with interviews with the relevant stakeholders. You then come up with ideas, you prototype the ideas, and you go back and test them, and then the testing leads to adjustment. And we did this in 4 countries, Ghana, Zambia, Kenya, and Mozambique. And we had, in each country, we had 3 weeks, a team of 4 people, 100% dedicated to the project to really try to move forward really quickly. So these are kind of the main problems that we've identified that vacuum tankers have across those 4 countries. So we found that most vacuum tankers have very low demand in the dry season. So there's not a lot of work in the dry season, but a ton of work in the wet season, which makes their business really difficult for longevity. Also what we found was that drivers, vacuum tank, so drivers of the businesses, they're doing side business. And this side business often results in illegal disposal, and also it's a problem for the owner because the money of his asset doesn't go back to the business, but is used for side business. So based on these problems, we then came up with features, and these are kind of the key features that we've developed that are part of the application. So one feature is the address book, and the other feature is the truck overview. And the address book kind of responds to the problem around low demand in the dry season, and the truck overview responds to the issue around drivers doing side business. And through this app, through the vacuum tank businesses using this app, because of these benefits, we gather a lot of data on how they operate. So the address book feature essentially kind of stores all the customer details in the application, and then gives kind of predictions when a customer is due for emptying. So then a customer, the vacuum tank owner, when he opens the app and he sees that, for example, I don't know here, Jorge Bain is about to be, his vacuum tank his septic tank is about to be full, the owner can then proactively reach out to him and offer his services. So yeah, that we aimed with that to kind of increase the business for the vacuum tanker. And for the truck overview, we kind of connected the mobile phone of the driver with the mobile phone of the owner, and through that we know exactly where the driver is, and also the driver is updating his status, so we not only know where he is but also what he does. So just a bit more detail about this. So we have the driver has on his mobile phone, he has the puller application, and the owner has, or the owner or the supervisor on his phone has the application, and the owner can track the driver through the mobile phone, and also the driver gives status updates. So if he's emptying at the treatment site, he can click I'm emptying. If he's kind of driving to the customer, he can click I'm driving to the customer, and this information gets straight away sent to the owner. So the owner has a really clear idea of what's happening on the ground. And the address book kind of works similar. So whenever a customer is calling the supervisor to get an emptying, the supervisor then inputs all that customer data to in his phone through the puller application, and then sends this order to the driver who can then execute on that job. So these are some of the kind of, this is actually in Zambia, so we're working together there with Zoomline, and we tested it, we tested the app. So you see on your left-hand side, you see the owner of the business using the application on his tablet, and on the right-hand side you see a vacuum tank driver using the application. So I thought it would be really good to share some of our lessons learned during this process, because I think there's quite a lot of opportunities for digital development in the sector, but not a lot of knowledge about digital development. So I'm hoping by showing some of our lessons to kind of make sure that you don't make the same mistakes that we have done. So essentially the 4 key lessons are: reduce complexity, have a hero user, get real as soon as possible, and focus on one market. So I think reduce complexity is really about making the app as simple as possible. We were way too ambitious with the features that we wanted to offer. So we had only really 2 main features, but even this made the app too complex for our target user to use. We felt that like the digital literacy of the people that we were dealing with was a lot lower than we had hoped for. Most of these vacuum tank businesses only really use WhatsApp. That's the only application they use on their phone. So their digital literacy is quite low. So it felt that we were kind of overcomplicating their lives with our app. So we would recommend that you really, if you were thinking of developing an app, really focus on one core functionality, really try to make it as easy as possible, because also with that you reduce complexity, and that makes the app a lot less likely to fail in kind of a challenging African context. Also, we would recommend that you have a hero user where you can test the application over a long period. We just spoke with tons of vacuum tank businesses, and we included them in the kind of the design process, which was really, really relevant. But we didn't really have a core relationship with one user. And I think if you have a core relationship if you have a good relationship or a strong, long-lasting relationship with a core user, you can really test the application over a long period and get really kind of honest and a real feedback. Then also, I think something that we recommend is kind of to get real as soon as possible. We did a lot of prototyping and testing, and this was kind of helped us in the development process. But one of the problems that we faced was that with our prototypes that we shared with vacuum tank businesses, the users or the target users were not really able to fully understand the app in full, because the app, the prototype only gave them like a basic idea of what we tried to do. So we would recommend that you do prototyping, but you try to create prototypes that are as tangible as possible to really make sure that you bring across your idea in the best way possible. Also, if you're kind of planning to build a mobile phone application, I can highly recommend using Marvel. the Marvel app. That's a kind of a software that allows you to really quickly prototype mobile phone apps before you go into really expensive coding time. Also, something that I would highly recommend is that to focus on one market. We did design sprints in 4 countries, and we learned a lot, and we had like business specialists attend, so we had 4 people in a core team of 4 people in each country. So we had a business specialist, a designer, a design researcher, and a market expert. What we would recommend is to really focus only on one country and start small and then scale up. And also, one of the key lessons that we learned was that we only included a software developer at the end of the process, and this was a mistake that we've done. It would have been a lot better to have someone, a developer on our team early on, to really make sure that what we were developing was also would make sense in the local context. So, just to give you kind of a future outlook of the application, so the app currently works half-heartedly. It is not. We hoped that we would have a fully working app by now, but there's still a couple of challenges that we face. So we have a strong idea of what we think is needed. We feel that we need to reduce the complexity of the application to make it a lot simpler, and also we think we need to make the coding more robust, because at the moment there's a lot of issues with it, a lot of situations where the app is failing. So we are currently looking for funding. We have submitted some applications to, I think, to the World Bank, and I think to some Gates Foundation money. I'm not sure. So we are currently kind of trying to do this kind of 2-step approach: develop and test a simplified Pula, and then move on and launch in a single market. I have gained 4 minutes, so I will give that back to the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. We'll now take questions from the room.
Yeah, thanks to both of you. Lars from Biomass Controls for your great presentations in this work. First, Christian, you said it's not a huge success what you did there. I think it's a massive success. You've managed to implement GPS trackers into 90 trucks, mostly privately operated. You're openly tracking them, you're openly communicating it. I think you should really be proud of this work, and it is a huge success, and I'd really like to see that this is happening. What I would like to ask you, you've mentioned that the city is interested in analyzing this information in more detail. I'd like to ask you, are you working with the city authority on developing capacity for data analysis? Have you considered to implement trainings for the city authority that they have capacity to analyze this really rich data set that they don't have available? And then for both of you, Jacob and Christian, you had mentioned there's additional information that you know about the customers, like when has the system last been emptied? How do you collect this information? And what additional info do you have available? Do you know information about the type of technology? Do you know information about the number of users, etc.? Thanks.
Thanks. Pritya from ISAN. I have a question for Jacob. Can you enlighten us with some values in terms of cost? How much does it cost per country to produce an app like that?
Yeah, Chris and Jacob, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, cost that you said. Like when we are working, one of the back-end when we work in GIZ, one of the parameters we also look very closely is upscaling possibility. And cost is something that really decides upscaling potential. So when we are developing really sophisticated tools and apps, and yes, maybe you told like we are looking for World Bank funding or BMGF funding. But yes, in one case that is possible, but when we are talking about scale, is that something that is possible? So we are also trying to do something similar, but we are not really aiming at something which is very cost intensive because it cannot be really replicated because you have backhand and all the cost associated with it. So how are you dealing with this?
Thank you, presenters, for good presentation. I'm not sure who should be the appropriate person to answer my question, but you can contribute, both of you, in terms of the ownership of the app. Which is the most appropriate institution to operate or to own and maintain the apps, whether it is the utility, the local government authorities, or the regulators?
Okay, I think we'll take those questions first, because they've powered up a little bit. Then we will take the next set of questions. So over to Rick and Christian.
So there was a question around how we calculate the due date, the future when the septic tank is going to be full again. We do it extremely simple. We just ask. So when the owner of the vacuum tank business is entering the customer data in his phone, we just ask the customer when was the last time his septic tank was emptied, and then we just use that number. Let's say 3 years. And then make a prediction that in 3 years' time it will be full again. This is not perfect and by no means kind of the ideal scenario, but it's kind of a really easy and quick way of making predictions. And then there was a question around cost of the production of the app, as well as the kind of the sustainability behind it. So the development of the app cost us £80,000. We think we can do it an awful lot cheaper. There's a lot of things that we would now streamline in the process. Also, the idea would be that Pula would be an independent business in the end. We hoped that the app would offer enough benefits to the vacuum tank owners that they would pay for the application, and by paying for the application, we would generate enough money to cover for the operation and maintenance cost of the application. So the idea was that we fund the development of the application, then have an app that creates revenue by itself because it offers benefits to the vacuum tank businesses, and through generating that money we would create a sustainable business model. This is far from reality at the moment, but that would be the vision. And in regards to the ownership of the app would be owned by Pula, which would be an independent kind of private business who would generate that money and then either hand over the collected data to the government or receive money to hand over that data to the government.
Yeah, maybe I can also just start with the ownership first with that question. I mean, the difference to your application is that we build that application for the, let's say, the government partners, not for the businesses themselves. And of course that has the challenge on how do you incentivize now the private sector to actually use the app, because in a way the app is built around, of course, regulation purposes. You want to know, okay, are they really safely transporting the fecal sludge to the dumping site? But at the same time now it's almost like what you also presented in an application that is also good for the business itself. So what we've seen as an important incentive for the businesses to actually have a customer database on their phone, because they usually have it somehow written up or maybe in their phones, and they lose the phone, then they're losing all their contacts. Now with this kind of application, they can always retrieve that information from the server. And some of these incentives are we are trying to build in to make it also kind of business friendly. Otherwise it would just be the authority trying to watch you as an entrepreneur, even though they have a good real interest in that function. So the ownership of the application would be with the local government, because we are like for KCCA, city authority at the moment, because they are the regulators for on-site sanitation and transportation in the town, in the city. I think if it would be more geared towards the utility, then it would be owned by the utility. But for now, we are kind of focusing on the local governments in Uganda, because the utilities don't have so much of a mandate around fecal sludge transport and emptying. City capacity data analysis, that was the first question. Yes, we are, of course, we are training the staff of the city to actually use the application, make some useful information out of it for decision making. So they are, of course, they currently use it to monitor how much services are being carried out in town, safe services, and how that develops. So and I showed you a bit on the back end that's supposed to generate kind of automatic reports and overviews of the trends. So this is an ongoing training. I mean, you talked about the 4 weeks, 8 weeks process, but I think we are talking about a year or two to get them into this let's say also capacity to really analyze and use the data, and for what purposes, and how often do you report. So there are a lot of questions attached to it from the authority perspective. Additional information, I think I mentioned already on the customer base. Of course, when they start the pickup of the sludge, they also enter customer details, type of the toilet, and I think then when they do dumping, then they also kind of have to put in the amount of sludge they've disposed, and voluntarily also the amount of money they've earned on the job. So there's a bit of the idea to also monitor how much they charge, because of course one of the questions by the authority is like, is the service really pro-poor? Is it are the prices fair? Because we don't have like yet a tariff for emptying. Upscaling potential, of course, that is always in our approach. That maybe also for your Pula app, the same thing that for us now other authorities or town authorities can use such an application, but it has its limitations, because you really need a team to operate it, and you need a team, an IT team, to really maintain it. So the maintenance costs would be on the authority, and they don't really have now like a revenue stream at the moment that can finance, but they can budget these things out of their annual budget costs. So this is really one of the biggest challenges for the authorities or the utilities to really understand their costs attached. If you want to have a purpose-built application software, it's not an easy thing. It costs a lot of money on one hand, but you have to maintain it, and maintenance also costs quite some substantial amount of money to keep it up and useful. Yeah, I think that's it. If maybe other questions.
Take 2 more questions and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, Jan here. Also, first of all, thanks for 2 very inspiring presentations. I have just 2 short questions. First one to Christian. You mentioned these ODK tools in the beginning. I would just be interested to hear who recorded the public toilets. So was it the users of the toilets, or do you have people whom you sent out? And then for Jacob, I also worked on a project where we asked people to fill in a survey on social media, and we always had a bit of problem that people don't necessarily have data on their phone. So in your case, who pays for the data to use the Pula app? Is it the users, and how do you make sure that then the truck emptier always has data on his phone when he should be recorded? Yeah, thanks.
Hi, my question is to both of you. Oftentimes we see in a frenzy of city governance when, especially in India, where the smart city movement is in its uproar, we see every city wants to build an app and develop an app to monitor every possible services. So out of that, I think almost 100 cities in India must have developed such app. at least the few I know. But the thing is, oftentimes with the volatility of leadership and the momentum of that time, these kind of services get a leverage, but then they decline because the attention span is so small to develop them further. So how do you, in those cities where you have worked, what regulatory frameworks or legal frameworks are available that kind of sustainable development of those apps can be looked for? And the second question is, since you are developing an app which is going to use data from the public, what anchoring mechanisms in a regional level, like anchoring it with the regional institutions, have been sought after so that the sustainability for a longer run is more concrete? So what mechanisms have you explored during your development of the app?
Did you understand? Yeah, okay. I think the last question, I still have some, also my questions to fully understand it, but I can, are there any other questions? Or that's it? And then maybe I can just start on the ODK kit. I think you were asking who was putting in the data. So at that point also, it was the city authority using it for their mapping exercise. So they will go around to the public toilets, take the data, take the GPS location, and then work with the data back in their office. So it was not meant for the actual users down there to put in data. And I think that brings me also to one of the critical points, that we always have the problem of building the supply, the service side, but then the demand side, where does the demand come from? And of course, not every user has a smartphone. I mean, I've showed you in the charts, like maybe 10%, 20% have actually a phone, and maybe only 5% have a smartphone. So how can you now use the app to actually allow customers, like with the Uber app, to call for a service? So that's a bit of a problem at the moment. So we use the call center now. People can call in, but it makes, of course, management a bit difficult. So that's a bit of a question mark. How do we create more demand so that people can easily access such services through maybe digital means? But the limitation there is with of course, the penetration of smartphones and internet. Future development of the app, of course, as I said, that's part of the budgeting that you have to do if you're really serious about data management for your institution or for a private business. It's supposed to be an ongoing process, and if it's linked well to some internal reporting, some internal performance measurements, I think there's always some kind of incentive to improve the application. And the way we start the application, of course, it's kind of a first version 1.0, then should be the 2.0 and 3.0. And we've seen it actually that once the authority really has an interest and it's not really donor driven, they actually will make efforts finding funding to improve it. So that's a quite positive development. For the last question, I didn't get it, but my colleague, I think you
I can
understand
shed
it.
some light, yeah. So to the first question around around data, who pays for the data, that would be the vacuum tank businesses who pay for the data, because we believe that the app gives enough benefits to the vacuum tank businesses that they are using the app without really caring too much if the government is pushing the app towards them or not. And I think that also kind of answers the last gentleman's question around kind of the sustainability of it. So we believe that the application offers so many benefits to the vacuum tank businesses that they are using it themselves without needed support from any kind of government organization. Obviously, this is the vision, and we're not quite there yet, but that would be the long-term plan. And then I would be incredibly interested to hear more about the apps that have been developed in India. I have heard only of one so far that I'm aware of, but I would be super keen to hear more, because obviously India being an IT hub, so more than happy to hear more.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Jacob. We've come to the end of this session, and just to highlight a few things from the session, just from the statistics that we've seen from the presentation, we know that data is an integral part of moving forward in sanitation, and is critical to all of the work that we do. And our work is definitely a big part of remedying some of the challenges that they described in their presentations, and moving forward, we can take it beyond this room and be more aware of those things as we implement and provide resources for these interventions. Information is key, and we have a lot of unique innovations. There are so many bright ideas and things that we can take from other sectors and apply them in the sanitation sector as well. But we need to be aware of the dialogue that's taking place and leverage these linkages to move the sanitation sector forward. Okay, we've come to the end. I will hand over to Chaiwe.
Okay, thank you very much for that session. I think there's one critical question we didn't ask. Pula reminds us of something. It's a currency somewhere, but it would be great to find out what it actually means. Exactly. Right, so there's another meaning for Pula. Okay, before we wind down this session, we have a small announcement that will usher us into the tea break. Thank you.
Thank you all for the great session. I have two small announcements. Or the first is rather a survey of who of you already knows that you will be there at the dinner tonight, so that I can give a heads up to the restaurant. Can I see some hands, and then we can have a rough estimate if it's 20 or 40 or 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so rather 20 than 40. I'll say 30 to the restaurant. Great. Second announcement or request is to prepare the next session already. I would like to request the table leads to, when you come back from coffee break, to already sit at your table. And I will put this thematic signs on each table, and please, all table leads, sit down with your topic. Everyone else can still change, but yeah. Great. Now we have 15 minutes coffee break. Is that all right? To gain a bit of time? Good. Thanks.